All right, good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday night. We're a little active on radar. We're tracking a couple of different things, including a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Kerr County and Bandera County. Want to make sure audio is working okay before we get started. If you have any questions, feel free to comment down below. Join the conversation. We'll be tracking rain on the radar. These thunderstorms, yes, they're moving south-southeast. So if you're watching from Bernie, maybe Bulverde towards northern San Antonio, heads up. This rain is moving in our direction. And what helped prompt this rain was a cold front in central Texas. That'll help clear out all the cloud cover and the rain we have tonight. By tomorrow, in the meantime, we have warmth, we have humidity, we have temperatures in the 70s and 80s. And that's all ripe for a pretty good environment for showers and thunderstorms. So we're tracking that very closely. We're also tracking conditions in San Antonio. Right now it's cloudy, it's clear on radar, but we're watching for the potential at this moving in our direction. So if you have any questions, comment down below, join the conversation. Number one question we get asked is it going to be severe? Is it going to produce hail? And if you've been watching the live stream over the last 20 or 30 minutes, we saw golf ball to about tennis ball size hail in Kerrville earlier, and that's moving through Kerrville right now. Matter of fact, so that's radar right there. Scattered thunderstorms moving through the hill country. You can see lightning is superimposed on that, so you can see lightning between Johnson City will stop the clock. Between there and Stone Wall, south of Fredericksburg, west of Blanco, just coming up on Comfort. This is moving south-southeast, so it's moving towards San Antonio. If it were to make it into the city, it'd likely be around 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight, and we'll be watching that on KENS 5 as well, and we'll be keeping a close eye on these thunderstorms. Right now, main concern is gusty winds and also, more importantly, hail. So as you can see on this particular graphic, it's showing the polygon indicating the severe thunderstorm warning issued by the Weather Service. That's until 8:15 p.m. tonight. So for the next, let's say 20 minutes or so. This does include Center Point and Comfort, and more importantly, Kerrville. Why is that? Well, look at this. Let me show you the hail core that was around, let's say probably around the 7:25 hour. Look how large it was. It was really gaining size and momentum north of Kerrville earlier this evening. This is about 30 minutes ago, passing over I-10 as a large hail core, and now it's moving farther southeast towards Center Point. So right now, as of this evening, we're at 7:53 right now, and it's moving southeast. So heads up for Center Point, parts of I-10, I would say south of I-10. This more or less has a south and southeast direction to it. So we're watching out for the potential at hitting Center Point. Right now it is weakening its hail core. That's the good news. Still producing heavy rain and lightning. This warning's in effect until 8:15 p.m. tonight. And that does still include Comfort. If Comfort doesn't see hail, they'll likely see rain and some thunder. You can see how large this thunderstorm is. Matter of fact, stop the clock and we'll show you how big this thunderstorm is. It's about 18 miles in length, so it's a pretty large thunderstorm in the area. And let's just kind of measure the speed. So right now it's 7:53, and then let's see, let's zoom out real quick and let's show the time clock right there. Let's see, actually, we're going to turn off severe warning on it real quick. So let's do this and turn off that. Perfect. And we'll create a new scene on that. But yeah, so this is producing a lot of lightning. Its hail core was up to tennis ball. Now it's down to about golf ball to quarter size hail, but that's still enough to cause damage on property, cars, you name it, in the hill country. So that's eastern Kerr County, eastern Bandera County. We're watching out for the potential. San Antonio, Bexar County is technically included in a severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. So between now and about 1 a.m. is the potential and window at seeing a couple of these scattered storms moving farther south and southeast. So we're watching for the potential for that as well. So this does include Comfort. There's an additional warning out west. So if you're watching from a rural part of Kerr County, there is this particular cell right here. So this is showing radar, but no severe warnings on the banner. So I did want to show you how fast this storm is moving. So it's 7:55, and let's go back to 6:55 and kind of gain some momentum. So it's on the outer edge of Gillespie County, and then right about there, So if we measure from right about here to where the edge of the storm is at, it's moving about 20 miles an hour to the south and southeast. Now, I mentioned that because this cell is what we're most concerned with, because if we zoom out, it has that south and southeast movement. These other ones, more or less heading eastward towards Blanco, 281 southern Blanco County, towards Canyon Lake, where they desperately need rain. And this one we'll have to watch out closely because, this is moving towards Kerrville, more of an east-southeast direction. But if we were to time this out, if it maintains its strength, which right now some of the model guidance does suggest, I do want to see if we can put a time on this. So if it's moving at about, 20 miles, and I'll have to adjust that real quickly because this is not exact. It's actually 20 miles an hour. Perfect. So do this real quick, put that out of the way. So given its current speed, 19, 20 miles an hour to the south and southeast, this would make it towards Center Point at around 8:04 in the next 10 minutes or so. Towards Bernie High School around 9:02, maybe 9:05. Inside Bernie at 9:03, and then Bernie Middle School around 9:15. And then heading into maybe northern portions of Bexar County, southeastern portions of Kendall County towards Comal County around 9:30 tonight. So there is a good chance that this moves into northern San Antonio by about the 9:30 hour. So we'll have to be watching that very closely. How much is the wind from Kyler? Let's see. We'll take a look at the winds right now. We'll save this particular scene. Obviously, this is going to change. And I'll make sure to minimize that. And before we get to wind, Kyler, let's talk about hail. Just want to double check. Of course, we have to check it every couple of minutes, see what the storms are doing. And right now, still the severe warnings in effect, and the hail core is still pretty strong, right? Still pretty large. It's heading towards Center Point, or at least between Center Point and Comfort. It's south of I-10, and if you're wondering how large that is, let's take a look. Hail size about 1.5 inches in diameter. Outside about 0.5 inch in diameter. So again, anything about a quarter size is about 1 inch, and that is considered severe, which is why the Weather Service has issued a severe warning for the potential at quarter size hail to maybe a little larger. So that's what we're watching out. That's why it's severe. Yes, is there some gusty winds and lightning with it? Of course, but right now the main threat is hail. And we'll zoom out and we'll show you velocity in a second, and we'll actually see how fast these winds are cranking out of this thunderstorm real quick. So let's zoom in and show you right here. We'll have to watch out for this in and output on the winds. No indication of a tornado, but this is showing broad circulation, right? The green colors is towards the radar. The red colors is moving away from the radar. But more importantly, let's see how fast these winds are moving. About 34 miles an hour. It's about 15. So on the inbound winds, they're moving at about 30 to 40 miles an hour with the occasional gust. That's enough to knock things down, right? That can be definitely a problem for Center Point and parts of Kerr County between there and Comfort, and south and west of I-10. So we're watching that very closely as well. Another parameter why it's severe is, yes, the hail. So we just measured this about a couple of minutes ago, about 1.5 inches on the largest chunk of the hail core. Where you're seeing more of the purple color, that's indicating about 0.5 inch of hail size. And good news, I mean, obviously there's still a hail core, but as of 7:59, it's gradually weakening, but still moving farther south towards Center Point. So if you have any friends or family in Center Point, heads up for them. There's a lot of lightning. Obviously, that's cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rainfall. Let's see what's happening in this thunderstorm. If this thunderstorm were to park itself over one spot for an entire hour, that would produce up to 7 to 8 inches of rain, which, hey, the hill country desperately needs, right? Our entire area we need, given the latest drought report that's exceptional, widespread drought across the region. This is just showing you how heavy the rain is, producing a lot of lightning in the area as we speak. So again, those are just showing precip rates right now. Heavy rain, lightning across, moving out of Kerrville, but still in eastern parts of Kerr County, and moving towards Comfort, and the hail core is moving towards Center Point. So we're watching that very closely as well. Kyler, is it going towards New Braunfels? Let's zoom out and show you what we have. So New Braunfels, I-35. Matter of fact, there is one storm moving towards Cedar Creek, away from New Braunfels. So right now, no rain for you, for Kyler, but these storms, and the thing is, we may see additional development around the storms itself, meaning if we do see additional development, we could see more rain moving in this direction, right? So maybe towards southern portions of Kendall County, I-35. These are just showing, I mean, radar is just showing, 3 different cells, but notice in northern portions of Gillespie County, we're seeing more rain, more thunderstorms developing, and this will probably lift into a larger thunderstorm. So behind this initial line is some redevelopment. Now, the one on I-35 is moving farther east, so we don't have to worry about that one, but we're watching these very closely because of their south and southeast movement. This one right here, more or less, has a easterly track to it, but the one we're watching very closely, especially for Bernie, for Fair Oaks Ranch, and this one maybe for Bulverde. If you're watching from Bulverde, Johnson City, right? Johnson City is probably going to get clipped by this particular storm right there. But I would say Bulverde, northern San Antonio, parts of Comal County, they may experience some of these cells through about 9, 10, and 11 o'clock tonight, which is why the Weather Service has issued this right here. Originally, Bexar County was not included in this particular watch, but now it is. This is a severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. So between now and about 1 a.m. is the best window at seeing some rain. After about 1 a.m., you lose the warmth and humidity, you lose the heat of the day, and at nighttime it cools down. So we're not going to see much redevelopment in the overnight, but between now and about 1 a.m., we're watching for that potential. Rosa, pea-sized hail in southwest Kerrville. Yeah, Rosa, I believe it. And matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we get even more reports. And matter of fact, if you have any video, photos, send it to news@kens5.com. Obviously, we're watching radar, we're tracking hail, we're tracking gusty winds, but if you have photos or videos of hail, heavy rain, if you could record it safely, send it to news@kens5.com, or our KENS5 app. You can upload the content you record or take pictures of directly to the KENS5 app. That definitely does help as well. It's free in the App Store. Download it free. Again, it helps with our coverage on severe weather. We have radar. We all have that at the palm of our hand, but when people send in their photos and videos of their coverage in their local area of thunderstorms, and more importantly, severe thunderstorms like hail and strong winds, things being blown down the street after the storms roll through, that kind of content really does help us out tremendously. So please help us out with that as well. Canyon Lake needs the rain so very bad, Amanda. Absolutely. Medina Lake at like 1 to 2% full. Canyon Lake is getting lower and lower. Drought has upgraded to exceptional. So everybody needs this rain. It's not just the hill country. Well, this does help the hill country because a lot of this, funnels down into San Antonio, right? Into Medina Lake, into the Edwards Aquifer for our recharge, for our water supply. That certainly helps. But these thunderstorms are turning severe. And if you're just joining us, for something to be severe, 2 different parameters, right? 2 different qualifications. Winds of over 59 miles an hour or over 50 knots. That's one reason for a storm to be severe. 2, quarter-size hail or larger, 1 inch in diameter. And if you're just joining us, about 10 minutes ago, we looked at the hail core outside of Kerrville, moving towards Center Point and Comfort. It was producing upwards of 1.5 inches of hail in its updraft. Now, if we go to Hail Tracker, kind of put a different lens on the thunderstorm, it's gradually weakening, but still it's pretty large. This is up in the hill country. This is not in San Antonio. This is outside of Kerrville, and this does include parts of Kendall and Kerr County, and also includes Comfort. The hail core, if we're going to see any damage, and this is about quarter-size hail, matter of fact, I'll put that, yeah, so very similar in diameter, similar in size for the hail. 1.5 inches outside of Center Point. Where is this moving? It's moving south. So we'll put on the loop right here, show you where it's moving to, right? So one more time. It's moving south-southeast. So it kind of has this general direction to it. And there's and this just popped up. Another smaller hail core right there. So Comfort is outside. Did you just see that? So the warning just updated, it refreshed 8:05 p.m. on the Sunday night, and now it's excluding Comfort and is only for Kerr County. Because, as what we're seeing right now, real time is the track and updated movement of this hail core and also the thunderstorm itself, because it has that southerly direction and versus a southeast track and movement. But, you know, we're watching that small hail core that's just popping up north of Comfort. We'll have to watch for any expansion on that very closely. But that's the latest on the hail core in Kerr County across the hill country. Zooming out and showing you all the different warnings. So this isn't a rural part of Kerr County, but hey, it's a hail core nonetheless. If you have any friends maybe near Hunt, southwest of Ingram, mainly along Texas 39, and again, rural parts of southwestern, western Kerr County, we'll have to watch for this additional cell that popped up about 30 minutes ago that's producing a large hail core that is moving due east. However, if you just saw that, I might be seeing things, but I just saw it update. It was 8:05, now it's 8:06. The Weather Service has this polygon for it moving east, but I just saw it kind of drift a little bit farther south. With that being said, it's still a rural part of southwestern Kerr County, so we're going to watch that very closely as well. I want to look at, we'll go back to radar in a second. I do want to mention and just highlight some of the higher winds, more of a broad rotation. So, you know, specifically with this weakening area of rotation, there's no tornado warning. But it is just showing broad winds kind of rotating in the thunderstorm, which happens in severe thunderstorms all the time. It's just if it's capable of creating a wall cloud or a funnel cloud, that's a different story. But right now, very broad circulation. It's really the hail and the heavy rain and lightning that's the main concern out in your center point. We're going to zoom in, and then I need to update this. So winds are moving 36 miles an hour. Inbound, so towards the radar, and then winds are moving at about 17, a lot weaker outbound away from the radar. So very weak rotation right now across southeastern Kerr County. But again, you never know. Things can happen and change in a second, right? Things can change in a minute. So we're going to watch that very, very, very closely. So erase that, and let's do this. Let's zoom out. So that's velocity. So these are superimposing, right, the current warnings that are in effect. The particular one in Kerrville, that's in effect until 8:15. That'll expire probably in the next 8 or 9 minutes. That cell is moving south. Probably will enter Bandera County, I should say, maybe around 9 o'clock tonight. So we'll have to watch that very closely. So we're keeping a close eye on that as well. Jillian, you said bring it. Seriously, it's on 83 now? Yeah. This hail wants to catch smoke with my test. What about 37 and 1604 from Margaret? 37 at 1604, I think is okay right now. It's really just the hill country. I-10, 87, 281 north towards Johnson City. That's where they're seeing more of the problems right now. And then, of course, as we mentioned, rural parts of western Kerr County. Let's see real quick. I just want to put on live conditions. Sunset was about 15 minutes ago. So these storms are losing a little bit of daytime heat, but the front that helped spark these storms in central Texas is keeping them pretty strong with all the humidity and the ingredients that are in play right now. The moisture, the buoyant air, the instability in the atmosphere is keeping these storms pretty strong. Matter of fact, we have several warnings out there. We have 4 different ones, 3 of which are the main storms. And if you just saw that, another one just updated from the Weather Service. So let's actually zoom in and see. Now this does include Bandera County. This does not include Bernie yet. However, notice that this storm is kind of expanding farther east. We're seeing some additional development east between there and Stonewall. Probably we'll see this warning expand towards Blanco and north of Bulverde. But yeah, so we have an additional warning that just popped up, which is west of Comfort. Comfort's getting some pretty good rain right now. They're about to. If you're in Comfort and you're not seeing rain, you're about to get some pretty good rain. And you could probably hear the thunder outside and see the lightning in your northern sky. Heavy rain crossing over Texas 173. There's Texas 16 and Texas 27. There's Legion. They're south of Kerrville. Most of this rain and action is moving outside of Mount Wesley and Kerrville, and then moving towards Center Point as we speak. What about Sisterdale? Let's see. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I need to just update one thing real quick. And then we'll get back to the radar, and then we'll update the thunderstorm as well. So you mentioned Sisterdale from Jeanette. That's east of Comfort. So east of Comfort. Sisterdale will probably get a little bit of rain. I mean, if anything, rain is good. It's just you don't want to see the hail. Matter of fact, let's see what, well, actually, I want to take a look at sweeping radar. Because okay, so we're going to have to watch for a couple of things. So, yeah. Interesting. So notice this. This is real time. Storm is popping off east of 281, east of Timberwood Park. This is moving like north of the Stone Oak area. This is west of like the JW Marriott. So we're seeing development in far northeastern Bexar County, and that's popping off fast. And this is a very volatile environment. If you ever watch our coverage on showers and thunderstorms and severe weather, we watch out for these potential gust fronts or these outflow boundaries. So outflow boundaries are just gusts of winds that are created from the rain-cooled air that just hits the surface. Now, why that's important is because you see this line right here, right there, right? So I'll stop the clock right there. There's a line moving farther northwest, moving farther north. And sometimes when these other boundaries collide, when the edge of a thunderstorm or two different outflow boundaries collide, that can create additional thunderstorms and additional development. So it looks like we're in store for a pretty good night of rain. Again, you know, which, hey, we need, right? It's exceptional. We haven't seen rain since like earlier this month, and it wasn't even a lot. It was like light rain, it was drizzle, it was a few sprinkles. The last good soaking we saw was probably early to mid-January, and the last time we saw over an inch of rain at San Antonio International was in early November. So this is the first good weather outbreak, rain outbreak in quite some time. But again, I digress. Right now we're watching for these outflow boundaries because a thunderstorm, an isolated cell just popped off east of Timberwood Park. This is going to move towards like Garden Ridge, north of Garden Ridge, and then probably head towards New Braunfels. I know Kyler probably was, you were asking about that about 20 minutes ago. So we're watching out for that because look at that. It's moving due east. And I imagine the Weather Service is watching this as well. Now, we'll have to watch at what it does. But notice it's kind of heading in that direction. So anywhere from you know, there's Shirts, there's Converse, there's 3009, there's New Braunfels up to St. Marcus. We'll have to watch out for that cell. It's not severe yet. It's just some rain, heavy rain and lightning. Hey, we'll take it. But zooming out, the severe cells we're watching out closely. And again, those outflow boundaries. Let me just put on that one more time. There's that line right there. And see that line is going to collide. That line right there is going to collide with the edge of this thunderstorm. And when that happens, it's basically just two boundaries coming in, and then where does it go? It goes upwards and creates another storm. I'm not saying that's 100% going to happen, but it looks like we're going to see additional development, and I think we'll see additional rain, showers, and probably a couple of more storms form between here in San Antonio towards Bernie, Blanco, Canyon Lake. Hey, we were talking about that earlier. Canyon Lake needs it desperately. Medina Lake needs it desperately. But yeah, right now the current warnings that are in effect are for Bandera County and eastern Kerr County, and then rural parts for western, southwestern Kerr County as well. This one's until, let's see it update. This is until 9 o'clock. So if you have any family driving along Texas 39 southwest of Ingram, for example, that's where it's going to impact. So all good beneficial rain for the recharge zone, for the contributing zone, I should say, and the recharge zone eventually as it moves towards San Antonio. But more importantly for the Edwards Aquifer, we need this rain, and we do need it for our ranch lands, the brush country, the ranchers, the farmers out there. We need that rain so bad, and we're getting some. What we don't want is obviously the hail that's associated with it. But right now, 8:14 p.m., heavy rain. Notice on reflectivity, that pink color is indicating the largest part of the thunderstorm. Matter of fact, let's see if we can slice this open. I can usually do that on sweeping radar. So for a thunderstorm to be, powerful, and it is powerful, it's producing hail. It's producing quarter-size hail, if not a little larger than quarter-size hail over Center Point right now, and then southeastern Kerr County. When we talk about severe, the nature of severe thunderstorms producing large updrafts and, supercell tornadoes, you need those heights for a thunderstorm to really start to go up to 50 or 60,000 feet. I'm trying to see if I can adjust the camera angle, but I cannot. Let's see. I should be able to, but it's not letting me. So let's see one more time. So that's the one in Kerr County. Let's just go back to regular radar loop right now. Sister Dale looks really dark and lots of lightning and thunder. Yeah, be careful, Joe. Be very careful out there. Lightning heading your way, heavy rain. And some of that is producing hail. Matter of fact, let's go to Hail Tracker. We checked on this about 5 minutes ago. There's a small hail core southeast of Stonewall, northwest of Blanco. Probably will move towards Blanco. Let's just check the track on this. More of a southerly direction, so more into rural parts of Kendall County. But this is whoa. So look at this one. I'll go to the one in Center Point in a second, but this one just grew in size really intensely. This is generating a hail core in rural parts of southwestern Kerr County of over 2 inches. That is pretty large. Give me 1 second. Let's see. So if something's over 2 inches, that's hen egg size hail. That's near tennis ball size hail. That's enough to do damage to property, cars. Good news, that is in a rural part of western Kerr County. However, there's still people out there. There's still family and friends out there. Texas 39, if you have any friends or family in that area, just give them a heads up that hail core is moving due southeast. I would give it that direction. That warning's in effect until 9 o'clock. All right, so for Center Point, more importantly, right over Texas 27, this hail core looks like it's gradually diminishing. I know we've been saying that over the last 20 minutes, but it's true because before it was up to like 2.5 inches in diameter on its hail core size. Now it's about 1.5 inches. So you can see as we put that into motion, that's 1.9, 1.4, and then you get on the outer edge of that updraft outside the core of the thunderstorm, about 1/2 inch of hail. Still dangerous, right? That's the concern. So heads up for Center Point. This is moving south away from Comfort. This warning does not include Comfort, so we'll have to watch that very closely. Is it coming to Encino Park off of 281 north from Peggy? Let's double check and zoom out. I want to go back to radar. Here's sweeping radar. And we put a little track on it. And the last time we put a track on it, it was moving at around 20 miles an hour. We'll keep that movement. Of course, these cells, these thunderstorms will change shape and its structure. Let's just check one thing real quick before I talk about that. Peggy. Excuse me. This warning's in effect until 9 o'clock. So this will be entering Bandera County, west of Bernie, probably at about 8:45 or so, if not sooner than that, because it's moving quickly. It's moving 20, 25 miles an hour, right? So let's go to this slide real quick. And then let me put a track on this, right? Given its current speed, its current estimate of 20 miles an hour, and I'm going to do this real quick. So right here, and then 20 miles an hour. Again, it has more of a southeast movement. And this is just an estimate on what may happen, because this storm, given its weakening hail core, I don't think it's going to just like diminish fast, but it's gradually losing steam. However, it's still capable of producing hail as it moves farther southeast. So let's do this. Let's move this out of the way right there. So this is moving out of Kerrville. Kerrville is going to have to watch out for a round 2 with that cell in western Kerr County. We'll take a look at that in a second. But given this particular cell, if it maintains its trajectory, if it maintains its strength and intensity, it'll move towards, I don't think this one's going to move towards Bulverde and Encino Oaks, Peggy. I don't think this one will have to worry about. However, if we see additional development east, which is a possibility, like, somewhere in this area right here, we may see additional development in this area. And then given these storms moving south-southeast, if we see additional development, that may move towards 281 Stone Oak area, Encino Oaks, Encino Ridge, that kind of area. So we'll have to watch. We'll keep you updated here on KENS 5 as well. But right now, at the moment, no current threat to where you're at, Peggy. There is an additional cell east of 281. We'll actually take a look at that right now. But this current trajectory, if it continues south, at 20 miles an hour, it'll cross into, Clifton School around 923, cross Mountain at about 929, 930. Again, estimate on its given speed right now at about 20 or 25 miles an hour to the south, and then about Texas Med Clinic around 931. So we're watching that very closely. There's hail. It's still staying strong. I mean, you can see that yellow color right there, right outside of center point. That is indicating pretty large hail as we speak. So it's maybe grown a little bit, 1.9, 2 inches in diameter. That's around, that's smaller than tennis ball size hail, but still that's pretty large, right, for a hail core. We were tracking, velocity very closely for gusty winds. That broad area of rotation is really diminishing right now. Same thing with the one in southwestern Kerr County. The inbound winds are just too strong to help create any rotation for that one. It's really just hail that's really the concern. And the one towards Blanco County and Johnson City and Blanco, that's one's, there's nothing at all. It's really the hail cores that we're watching out for, and the heavy rain and the lightning as well. So that's right now, it's current radar. Center point seeing heavy rain, lightning. This is moving out of Kerrville. However, Kerrville is going to have to watch for this one right here, this additional cell that's producing a lot of lightning. Now let's go to San Antonio. This one right here, right? This popped up probably about 10 minutes ago. An isolated cell, a cold front up farther north, and the instability, the humidity, the warmth, the cloud cover, the moisture in our atmosphere, it's just setting up a good stage for rain, and we desperately need it. And that's what we're seeing in, far northeastern Bexar County, more towards Comal County, and are probably about to cross over I-35 as well. So again, so there's, street levels, right? There's Natural Bridge Caverns Road, there's Canham Ranch, there's Rockwall Parkway, Garden Ridge, seeing a little bit of light to moderate rain right now. It really diminishes towards I-35. But where is this cell going? So it's looking like it's moving due east. So right there, perfect. So you can see as we push farther east, and it just developed, so I can't really get a current speed on it. We have to see how it tracks over I-35. But anyway, heads up for New Braunfels, heads up for I-35. If you have any friends or family driving up I-35 in the next 15, 20 minutes, or traveling south from Austin or San Marcos, for example, this will encounter them. They'll probably see the lightning and hear the thunder on I-35, and this will lower the visibility, create some wet spots on the road. So if you have any friends or family, just give them a heads up. There's rain out there at this hour. Very isolated, right? In our San Antonio metro area, it's a very isolated cell right there, but it is producing a little bit of lightning east of Bulverde, and this is going to cross over I-35 probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes between Northcliffe and New Braunfels, between Green and Garden Ridge, and north of Schertz and north of Converse. So we're watching for that very closely. I kept this live camera below me just to see if we can see any flashes of light in the sky. This is our rotating TransGuide camera around San Antonio. For example, there's I-35 at Walsham. And let me see if I can zoom out on radar real quick. Albert, Converse. Right now, nothing in Converse, but maybe some rain later on tonight. Because, Bexar County, matter of fact, let me just show you that real quick. Bexar County is now included in a severe storm watch through 1 a.m. So, yeah. From Eric, hey Ryan, how bad will it hit San Antonio? So I think we'll see a couple of isolated cells move into the area, probably around 9:30, 10 o'clock, 10:30. So we could be in store for some decent rain. Even if it's not heavy rain, it's still rain, and we need any drop we can get, right? For Poteet, Pleasanton, Lewis, that's going to be later tonight. So if it's moving into San Antonio, 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight, probably near Poteet and Pleasanton, if around that area in Atascosa County, maybe around 10:30 or 11 tonight. So heads up for you guys south of San Antonio. For Laredo, doesn't look like there's going to be any action for Laredo, unfortunately, Emilio. I know you guys need it too. We all need it. All of South and Deep South Texas, the Rio Grande, we're in desperate need of some rain right now. And it's March. It's April. We're getting closer to April. You know, springtime, we're officially in, and that's historically the wettest season out of all four. And winter wasn't much. It didn't produce a lot of rain. And we're hoping for some more as we wrap up March and head into April and May. Okay, so current warnings out there. If you're just joining us, there is that one right here. We have a severe warning in effect for Bandera, Kendall, and Kerr County until 9 o'clock. This is still generating a lot of lightning. So, I mean, this is still a pretty large updraft. And we just saw the hail core about 5 minutes ago, and it's still generating just below 2-inch diameter sized hail south and southeast of Center Point. This is moving towards extreme rural parts of Kerr County. As you can see, this polygon's indicating that direction, right? I would say heads up for Bandera, but it looks like the western half of the storm is kind of diminishing. However, we're seeing a little shower right here, so we're going to have to watch that very closely. But, you know, given its current direction, right, it's moving more south-southeast. So Center Point getting in on some action, Comfort getting in some heavy rain. Kerrville, I said this about 5 minutes ago, you'll probably get another round of rain, maybe in about an hour or so. Y'all just got hit with some pretty good rain and lightning. Kerrville probably going to get a second passage of some rain, again, about 45 minutes. And where's that coming from? Zooming out right here. So there's another large thunderstorm in far western Kerr County. And it's currently moving south-southeast. So there's a good chance maybe it moves a little bit farther south of Kerrville, but still Kerrville may be in store for another push of some rain, maybe around 9:30 or so. So we'll watch that closely. Seguin from Angelica. Let's see. Seguin right now, nothing in Seguin. But again, let me show you sweeping radar. We were talking about these outflow boundaries, and if you're wondering what the heck is an outflow boundary, it's these lines that form on the outer edge of showers and storms. So if you can see that right there, I know it's a little difficult to see, but these gust fronts. You ever wonder why it gets so windy and you're not even in the storm itself, but you're seeing a storm in the distance, you're seeing the flashes of light, you're hearing the thunder, but you just feel it get breezy? Those are gust fronts, and those are outflow boundaries that are winds that come out from the thunderstorm in the area, and the wind spreads out laterally, and you feel the winds from the thunderstorm. Now, why that's important? Well, these little lines on radar, if you can see that, these little lines on radar, these little slivers of green, those are indicating gust fronts, little outflow boundaries. Why does that matter? It matters because if this outflow boundary collides with another thunderstorm, that could mean more development of showers and thunderstorms, meaning more rain for us, which we kind of want, right? We do need rain. We just don't want hail. We don't want gusty winds. We just want rain. And I think that's what's going to happen. Obviously, we're going to be tracking this all night long. From Mary, Pearsall and Frio County. Nothing right now for Pearsall, unfortunately, Mary. And I don't think you see much. If you do see any showers or storms, Mary, in Pearsall down I-35 southwest of San Antonio, it'll be overnight, like at 2, 3 a.m. when you're asleep. So, but right now, most of the action is in the hill country, and some of this is moving towards San Antonio around the 9:30 and 10 o'clock hour, which we'll have updates on here on KENS 5. Any rain for Von Ormy? Right now, Luis, no, there is not. But there is potential for that happening in the next hour and a half to 2 hours. So we'll keep you posted. For Webb County, Gloria, nothing right now for Webb County. Not much action over there. It's really across the hill country in our local viewing area. There's 4 distinct cells, right? I'll put on looping radar over the last 2 hours and just show you. These are just showing all the storms that are strong to severe. The strongest one right now is the one south of Kerrville. Matter of fact, if you just saw that, the one south of Johnson City, that warning expired. We were just talking about 4 separate warnings. Now there's just 3 separate warnings. Now, if you look at this pattern, we were talking about the outflow boundaries. You can see what's happening. The outflow boundary is now colliding with the rain southwest of Johnson City, and that's leading to almost a linear line, a quasi-linear line of thunderstorms moving in our direction. So I'll actually zoom in. See, how about maybe 20 minutes ago, right, it wasn't very organized, but now it's starting to connect a little bit, right? It's starting to connect a little bit. So that was around 7:30 tonight, moving through Kerrville, now moving through Comfort and Center Point. So we're seeing that gust front, that outflow start to really take shape. And we'll see how this moves farther southeast over the next half hour. For Hondo from Christine, nothing right now for Hondo. Not to say you won't get anything, but it looks like anywhere from Bandera to Castroville and then out east towards Seguin and New Braunfels, and that does include San Antonio. I think that's the area we'll have to watch, and also maybe Canyon Lake for more rain later on tonight in the next hour, 2 hours. San Marcos from Melissa. You may see some rain, I would say maybe in a couple of hours, but right now maybe a few sprinkles in your area in San Marcos, but right now nothing organized. For San Marcos, the storm that you may be seeing in the northeastern sky is moving away from you. That's moving towards Cedar Creek, moving towards Smithsville, that's north of Lockhart. This is moving away towards LaGrange, away from I-35. You see right here, so this one little cell that tried to pop up was producing lightning, north of Garden Ridge near the JW Marriott, but now it's starting to weaken. This may still produce a little bit of rain for I-35 and maybe an occasional clap of thunder, maybe an occasional flash of light, but right now it's weakening. We'll have to watch that closely too. It's just really these two cells that we're most concerned with, and hail has been the main concern. So if you're just joining us, most of the area is quiet, right? I mean, our forecast area encompasses this right here, from Del Rio to Gonzales, from the Hill Country to Pleasanton, from Victoria to Uvalde, right? And these storms are in some rural areas right now, in some isolated areas, but we're seeing this line start to connect, and that may mean for additional rain later on tonight. So we're watching that intensely because we want rain. We want rain. From Jason, we're getting hail in San Antonio. There is a possibility because of what these storms are doing now. So I would say if you are home, it's Sunday night. A lot of you guys are home, relaxing, enjoying your time off. If you can, put the car in the garage, put it under a carport if you're at an apartment complex. If you can, maybe cover it. I don't expect widespread hail, but the fact that, this storm over here, it's weakening, right? It's still producing P to nickel size hail. This one's producing just below tennis ball size hail. Its hail core is generating like 1.5 inch diameter size hail. That's large. A quarter is an inch, so it's producing larger than quarter size hail outside of Center Point. That's moving south right now. I would say it's moving east of Bandera, but storms have a tendency of kind of moving radically sometimes, so we'll watch that cell. This one's huge. I mean, look at this. Matter of fact, let's take a look. This updraft is producing 2-inch diameter size hail. That's not up to tennis ball, but it's getting close. That's a huge hail core. Good news, if there's any good news, it's in a rural part of Kerr County, but this does include Real County, far east Real County, east of Lakey. I know we have some friends, family, people over in Lakey and parts of Real County towards that area, and then farther west towards Camp Wood. But it looks like this particular core, while it does have a southerly component to it, it's probably going to move in this direction, maybe towards Utopia, right? So yeah, we'll have to watch that closely. That's a huge hail core. We know that these storms can damage your car. I would recommend put it in the garage. That way it will be safe. Absolutely. If any, pets, make sure you bring anything that's outdoors, because, we were talking about those gust fronts. Those winds can gust upwards of, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour if you're in the right area. So anything that's outside in the front yard or backyard that can be launched, quickly, that can act as a projectile, that can go down the street. I know it's not trash day, but if you have any trash cans outside, bring that inside. If you have anything in the backyard or front yard that hasn't been, hatched down, that typically moves when there's wind. We've been windy all March long, and tonight's going to be no different, given that these storms are going to produce wind gusts near 30 to 40 miles an hour. We could see occasional gusts near 50. That's always a possibility because of this right here, the severe storm watch. Because yes, we talk about hail and rotation for severe storms and even flooding. I don't think flooding is going to be a concern because these storms are going to be fast, but wind speeds can be a problem. So wind speeds of over 50 to 60 miles an hour, that's fair game tonight. A severe storm is winds capable of over 59 miles an hour. And if we have a severe storm watch in effect, that means any one of these cells, if it enters the right region and if it really amplifies in strength, that can generate winds of over 55, 60 miles an hour. So again, just to reiterate, bring anything indoors. If you can, put your car inside. If not, park it under a carport. If you can, cover the windshield. Just to reiterate, we're not expecting widespread hail, but the fact that we're seeing a couple of hail cores in the area moving south, that's cause for concern. And as you can see, right, this is a small hail core, relatively speaking. This is a large hail core, but this is going to move into rural parts of Real and Bandera County, west of Bandera itself, the city of Bandera. So these are the hail cores. And I think this is kind of the theme we see through the evening hours through 10 and 11 o'clock. We will see decent rain in the area. We'll see some lightning. We'll see some thunder. But the hail cores, I think, will stay mostly isolated. And that's what you're seeing right now, isolated hail cores. And the largest part of the thunderstorm, where the updraft is, that's generating up to quarter to maybe dime size hail, below tennis ball size hail. I mean, the hail core out near Texas 39 and west of Kerrville and rural parts of Bandera County, that's producing just below tennis ball size hail right now. So we're keeping a close eye on that. But right now, most of it's just heavy rain. But if you're, south of Center Point, anywhere in this area, this is where, and especially if you look at radar on your phone, right? If you see that pink color on reflectivity, that's indicating a pretty large updraft, and likely the radar's picking up on something different. Not just rain, but the hail core, the hailstones itself. So we have that severe warning in effect until what time? It should be updating right now. There we go, until 9 o'clock tonight. Good news, I mean, this one right here, the one that expired south of Johnson City, that warning expired. Bottom line, the rain that's moving towards Blanco and Bulverde, for example, probably in the next half hour or so, maybe by about 9:15, 9:30. Looks like it's just going to be some good rain. That's pretty much it. But yes, two distinct cells, technically three different warnings, but right now two large thunderstorms we're keeping a close eye on. One in a very rural part of Bandera County moving towards Utopia through the 9:15, 9:30 hour, and then one closer to Bandera, south of Comfort. Comfort, you're still getting some pretty good rain. This is all awesome for the Edwards Aquifer. This is in the contributing zone. We do need rain bad. Hail and Center Point. Tom, if you have any, I know, of course, if you're seeing hail right now, don't go outside, but if anyone has any photos or videos, send it to news@kens5.com, news@kens5.com. We can feature that on our late show tonight. We're going on late because of all the March Madness that's been happening. But any photo, any video, any content that's sent into the KENS 5 app, for example, you can download this and you can actually send in your video, your photos to the KENS 5 app. It's free. If not, to news@kens5.com certainly helps as well. Because we're doing weather coverage right now. We're tracking radar. We're looking at hail. We're looking at velocity. We're looking at rainfall rates. But when viewers send in content from what they're seeing out in the hill country, for example, tonight, photos and videos does certainly help. So again, news@kens5.com. That would definitely help with any of the hail you're seeing or any damage as well. Because again, the hail core is producing upwards of tennis ball size hail earlier this evening. and that can cause damage to roofs, property, cars, you name it. That can be a huge problem. Randy from Bernie. Right now, Bernie probably going to get some good rain, I would say by about 9:15, if not a little earlier in Bernie. But right now, the severe part of the storm is west of Bernie, and it's moving south. If it continues to move due east, like a southeast movement in the next 5 minutes, we'll keep you posted, Randy. But right now, the severe threat is west of Bernie, and I think Bernie just gets in on some rain. Moderate to heavy rain at times, maybe some thunder and lightning, some pockets of heavier rain. But right now, the hail core itself is moving kind of where that polygon is showing, right? So I know we have a lot of viewers, folks, friends, family in Bernie. Let's just show you really quickly. Let's see. So this particular cell is kind of moving in this direction. That's good for Bernie, right? It's going to cross between Bernie and Bandera. But if it were to, maybe take a little jog to the southeast, then we'll have to watch that. But right now, the warning has more of a southerly track and southerly movement to it. So we're going to watch that closely. Thoughts on Timberwood Park? Let's go back to radar and show you what we got. Yeah, so we had a cell earlier that produced a little bit of lightning. Man, that storm popped off, right? I mean, so fast. If you're in Timberwood Park, you may have saw like a brief shower, maybe some thunder and lightning really quickly, and then that storm moved east at around 8:15, and watch what happens. It just poofed as it on approach to I-35. But right now, Timberwood Park, just clouds, maybe some drizzle on and off, but at the moment, there's no immediate threat to Timberwood Park. However, we are watching, these disorganized, this broken line of showers and storms and thunderstorms in the area. So, and the thing is, it's moving south-southeast. Matter of fact, let me put on the loop over the last 2 hours. Let's do this. Come on, there we go. Let's do the last 45 minutes because it's not showing everything. There we go. So if Timberwood Park were to see rain, it would probably be around the 9:30, 10 o'clock hour, so the next hour and a half. But hey, pretty good rain nonetheless. But right now, no immediate threat to Timberwood Park, but rain is on the way for at least Bernie and at least Bandera, eastern Bandera County, and western Bandera County, because that larger cell to the west, you can see it right here. I mean, this is a huge cell. This is the one that's producing the hail core of 2-inch diameter hail. But that's moving towards Utopia, and as it rains out over the next hour in western Bandera County, it'll likely lose some steam, but we'll keep you posted on that. But anyway, we're watching out for rain for Bernie. That'll be moving in the next, 15, 30 minutes or so for Bernie. The severe threat is west of Bernie, between there and Bandera. Bandera is the one that's kind of included in that severe warning. And this rain should be on approach to northern San Antonio, northern Bexar County, probably by 9:45, 10 o'clock tonight. We're going on late here on KENS 5 on CBS, not until I believe 10:50 because of all the March Madness and things like that. But we'll still be on live. And if I do get offline for a little bit and take a break, I'll keep the radar loop posted and looping so you can stay up to date on that as well. Jesus, send us rain. Absolutely, man. We need rain. I mean, if you've seen the drought report recently, it got worse. I mean, it was already extreme, but when you look at exceptional drought, that's level 5 out of 5 on worst drought conditions across the country. So this rain this is just what the doctor ordered. We're in desperate need, and this is what we're getting, and then we need it. We need it so bad. The storm cell out in eastern Kendall County is starting to expand, and that's good news for like Fair Oaks Ranch, right? That's good news for them and towards Bernie, because this is going to continue to move south, right? So we were talking about that earlier. The outflow boundaries are colliding, and that is what's causing this storm to really expand in its structure. We'll have to watch out for any severe on this, but right now the most severe storm is in western Bandera County, in rural western Bandera County, and then also another one that's producing near quarter-size hail. That's moving towards Bandera and not so much near Bernie. However, we're gonna have to watch out for these additional storms that are forming in central Kendall County that are moving towards Bernie. So we'll keep you posted. Guadalupe, hope we get the rain. Yeah, I know. I think northern San Antonio will get the rain. The question is if it will weaken on approach to downtown San Antonio. If it'll rain out by the time it gets to southern San Antonio, like Von Ormy. The question is, will it rain out? Will it weaken? Will it diminish in its strength by the time it makes it towards Poteet and Pleasanton or Floresville? Because all of us want the rain, but right now, Hill Country getting a lot of the action. Oh, yeah, it's tough. Jill, it's tough. Rule. It's hard to enunciate rule. It's tough. It's tough. You saw lightning over Helotes. Yeah, Lee. So if you're in Helotes and you see the lightning, it's in your northern sky. And let's see. Let's see how far the storm is away from Helotes. Again, this is an estimate. So the storm is about 19 miles to your northwest. And this storm is moving about 20 miles south-southeast. So again, if this broken line of showers and storms maintains its strength, which I think it will, the models are supporting that, on approach to western and north Bexar County, it'll be here probably between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, depending on where exactly you're located in the area. But one thing's for sure, it's heading towards Bernie, some lightning, some thunder. Let's go to, you were at Target, Lise. Absolutely, yeah. Right now it's dry in Helotes, but you can see the flashes of light in your northern sky. So we were talking about the severe warning. Let's take a look at the most up-to-date. There it is right there. This is in effect until 9 o'clock. I do see it, well, again, in 15 minutes things could change fast, right? In any given minute things can change fast. But there's the hail core. Excuse me, I apologize. The hail tracker right there is showing that large hail core. And if you're wondering, what does that mean? What does that mean? That means hail size, hail stones up to about 2 inches in diameter in rural parts of southeastern Kerr County, and that's moving into Bandera. On the purple colors, that's the contour indicating about a ½ inch in diameter size hail. What time for the rim from Brisa? Let's see. So let me erase this real quick. So if it were to hit the rim, and it looks like it will be, like northwest San Antonio. Let's see, let me just go back to this. So notice as I put this loop on, it's moving south-southeast. I won't give it a southeast, but I'll give it a south-southeast direction on it right now. If it maintains its strength, I'll do this. And the thing is, this broken line of showers and thunderstorms are kind of connecting, right? So that means this rain will probably maintain. So given its current trajectory and at about 20 miles an hour, let's see, right there, right there. There's the general timing, right? This is given the storm speed at about 20 miles an hour. I wish it was giving me the properties. Why does it do this? Warnings. Let's see, I think we got to do this, and there we go. Yeah, so 20 miles an hour on its current trajectory. This puts the storm probably in the rim area. Let me see if I can zoom in. There you go. In the rim area, probably around, I would say, 9:40, 9:45. Yeah, for the rim area. So northwest Bexar County, 9:45. So in the next hour, so again, are these storms producing widespread hail? No, but there are a couple of hail cores out there. So if you are in Fair Oaks Ranch, if not, if you're south of that towards the Dominion, if you're towards like the rim area, towards Helotes, for example, North Bexar County, Hollywood Park, Timberwood Park, northwest San Antonio. If you can, I would say just in case, just to be safe, put your car in the garage. You have about an hour to do so. Again, I'll show you a hail tracker in a second, but these aren't producing widespread hail cores, but there are isolated hail cores that could enter San Antonio around 9:30, 9:45, and 10 o'clock. That could cause damage. And we've seen hail cores producing hail stones upwards of quarter size and some hail cores up to tennis ball size. So this atmosphere is favorable. It's generating good lift and good energy to produce these storms, and I think we'll have this energy in place through at least 11 p.m. through midnight. So if you can, park it under a carport, put it in the garage. If you don't have any of those, maybe cover the windshield, just for the possibility at hail moving in your direction. Again, we'll take a look at Hail Tracker in a second. But that's kind of an estimate given the southeastern track and trajectory of these winds, of these storms. And this is just an estimate, so moving into Bernie in the next, if not very soon, right? Fair Oaks Ranch about 9:15, 9:18. Towards Timberwood Park around 9:30, 9:45. Helotes a little later at 9:50, 9:55. And then maybe towards, the San Antonio area. So Garden Ridge, Castle Hills, the airport, between about 10, 10:15. Again, this is an estimate. These storms slow down, speed up very quickly. So we're keeping a close eye on these storms. This is just an estimate, track and trajectory on these broken line of showers and storms. So we'll keep a close eye on it. From Westover Hills, we can see lightning. Yeah. So from Westover Hills, that is near 151, correct? From Nirvana. Yeah, so that's maybe, let's see, let me erase this particular trajectory, and that's probably about 20 miles. So that's the western side of San Antonio. So you can see the lightning about 25 miles away. Yeah, that's incredible. What about Bulverde from Marianne? You'll probably see some rain maybe around the 9:30, 9:45 hour. Will it be severe? I can't promise that, right? But again, we're seeing hail cores, and matter of fact, we're seeing them expand a little bit. So we were talking earlier, if you're in the Bulverde area, northern San Antonio, these showers and thunderstorms will move into the region probably around 9:45, 10 o'clock. So you still have you have about an hour to prepare. So if you can, park your car in the garage, park it under a carport. If you can, cover the windshield, cover the car with maybe a blanket or something, strap it down. There's a lot of hail cores in the area. So, I mean, obviously a lot of this is heavy rain and lightning, but it's springtime. So when you have warm, buoyant air and large updrafts, this is the result. And this is what we're seeing right now. Right now at this hour. From Al, so far nothing in New Braunfels, but soon, right? Yeah. So nothing in New Braunfels right now. Sorry, I'm getting reports of hail, egg-sized hail in Center Point. Yeah, so that's pretty much where we've been tracking. Between Kerrville, Comfort, and Center Point, that's where that hail core moved in. It was huge. By the way, guys, we mentioned this earlier. If you have any photos or videos from the Hill Country, from Comfort, from Kerrville, from Center Point, send them into news@kens5.com. And this helps with weather coverage, with severe storm coverage, because we're looking at radar, we're looking at live conditions, but when people, viewers, friends, family, neighbors, they send in their content, their photos and videos to news@kens5.com, it helps us see what's actually out there, because we can see the lightning, we can see the heavy rain, but when you send in photos and videos, that definitely helps. But yeah, mention Al. So for New Braunfels, nothing, maybe some light rain right now, but rain will probably be moving in your direction later tonight. However, you can see where the action is, right? So there's 4 distinct severe warnings, and they're kind of moving in this direction. So we'll put on the loop right there. We'll do it one more time. So they have a south-southeast movement. So they're kind of moving in this direction, right? So I think anywhere from, west of San Marcos to Hondo, it's not going to be widespread rain, but those who do see rain, which a lot of us have the chance at seeing through about 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, we'll see some pretty good rain. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Canyon Lake, yeah. Canyon Lake will probably see some decent rain. I imagine so. So Canyon Lake's north. This cell, we'll put that loop on one more time. What's up, Jill? Doing all right?
Do you need to cut in at any point?
Yeah, I'll probably cut in like at 9:20, okay. If that's okay.
I'm going to run to the gas station and get an energy drink.
That's fine.
Do you want one?
Yeah, I'll take one.
Which one?
What do you get?
I'm going to hopefully get a bag.
If they have Monster.
Monster?
Yeah.
Color?
Green or blue?
The OGs?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Green or blue?
Either or, and if they don't have that, whatever you get me is fine. So you can surprise me. All right, so Canyon Lake. So, I was talking about that earlier. Canyon Lake, I really hope this doesn't happen, but notice, I want Canyon Lake to see the rain. The thing is, it's moving south. I hope that there's redevelopment like right around, I hope there's some, redevelopment of some rain right around this area. It's possible because you can see this little cell of moderate rain right there, right? But the thing is, this particular cell is kind of moving this way. And what I hope doesn't happen is it just misses Canyon Lake, because Canyon Lake needs to be replenished. I think Canyon Lake does see at least a little rain, but I want this downpour to shift a little bit farther east right over Canyon Lake, and that'll be awesome. That'll be awesome. I know Canyon Lake desperately needs the rain. At least needs it bad, absolutely. For Floresville, Texas, from Gloria. Let's zoom out. So Floresville, not seeing anything right now. We're just seeing clouds. And same thing in San Antonio. But we have a severe storm watch until 1 a.m. So all these scattered showers, all these scattered storms and thunderstorms and thunder showers, they're all moving due southeast. So right around this area, right? So we're watching that. So I think Floresville will probably see a little bit of rain, but not until maybe 10:30, 11:30 later tonight. For the San Antonio Metro, we're probably going to see rain between about 9:30 and 10:30. That's the window we're looking at. And we talked about this earlier, but these cells, these thunderstorms, are producing hail, and we've chatted about this. If you know any friends or family anywhere from Hondo to New Braunfels, while the hail cores won't be everywhere, there are 4 to 5 different hail cores kind of in these thunderstorms. And while they're weakening, they're ramping up in strength, it just depends on which one you look at. This particular one, we were seeing the size upwards of 1.5 to 2 inches in diameter on the hail core. But right now you can see it's slimming down, it's weakening a little bit. However, it's still a pretty conducive environment for rain. So we're going to watch that very closely. Matter of fact, let me just show you real quick what one model is saying. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So this is not initializing very well. Let me see if any of our models are initializing better, because there's rain moving into Bernie, and this model is not seeing any rain move into Bernie. This is a little bit better. So notice we see a little bit of rain, and then after about midnight it starts to fizzle out. However, we go back to the other model, and then you see it continue to move southeast. So that just shows you 2 different opinions on what could happen. The one before this one shows that a lot of it fizzles out, which I hope doesn't happen. But the other one shows it at least maintaining for another 25 to 30 miles and moving through San Antonio. I think regardless, I think it weakens. I think we lose some of the hail cores. We still need to be prepared for that to happen. However, some of us will get clipped by rain. Some of us will see more rain than others. So we'll just have to see how it plays out in the next 1 to 2 hours. Because the watch is in effect until 1 a.m., but I think we'll be done by most of the action by then. You can see this is from the Weather Service. These pink boxes are indicating severe storm watches. That's until 1 a.m., and it's because of these right here. So these are all warnings that are still in effect. This one's for 9:15, so for the next 15 minutes. This one's in effect until 9:30. Let's see, 9:30. So again, I think they do drift farther southeast. And by the way, those 2 model runs I showed you, both of them are not initializing well on the atmosphere. So take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, hopefully this particular storm doesn't miss Canyon Lake. Canyon Lake needs the rain badly. It does have it has more of an easterly track on it now, more of a southeast track. I think what the Weather Service will do, just my 2 cents, they might shift it a little bit more this way, which would be ideal for Canyon Lake. Let's hope that happens. And again, heads up for Bernie. If you're watching from Bernie, some good rain heading your way. More of a moderate to heavy pocket of rain. The most severe pocket of rain where the hail is west of Bernie. So just to put your mind at ease, if you're in Bernie, if you're traveling to Bernie, if you're in Fair Oaks Ranch, anywhere from the Dominion to Bernie to a little bit farther north of Bernie, pretty much just rain. and a little bit of lightning and thunder, but the hail core is right here, right? Pretty much like right over the county area, like the county lines of Kerr, Kendall, and Bandera County. We'll have to watch this line right here. This will probably move towards Bandera, right there. So if you're watching from Bandera, rain's moving in your direction. This is concerning because when you look at radar and reflectivity, you watch out for obviously hail, but you also watch out for hooks on radar. And what hooks means the storm is rotating, and that can be a concern. So again, here's hail. If you're just joining us, there's some rain moving through the hill country. A lot of it's thunder and lightning. This is good for the Edwards Aquifer. This is good for our drought, our water source. But there are hail cores around, and that's moving southeast towards San Antonio. So if you can, I think we'll see a little bit of rain. It just depends on where you're located, right? I mean, I can't say this one spot will get rain, but rain is moving towards San Antonio. Scattered rain, a few thunderstorms will move into the San Antonio metro and Bexar County. And some of those will be hail cores. The largest hail cores now north, heading towards, it's pretty much west of Canyon Lake, so like right there, right? And that's producing probably about 2-inch to 2.5-inch in diameter size hailstones. The one west of Bernie, it's diminishing, it's weakening in size. That's good, especially for Pipe Creek and anyone along Texas 16. And then some additional hail cores over there. Now, we were talking about velocity earlier. There are no tornado warnings right now, but just based on what we saw in reflectivity, but right now velocity is not showing nothing too impressive. We are seeing more of a, impressive signature on reflectivity, but now the latest scan actually shows more of just it's not an impressive signature right now. In rural parts of Bandera County. So that's good news. It's just heavy rain and some hail out there in western Bandera County. This line of thunder and lightning is moving towards Bandera, so heads up for Bandera. Pipe Creek heads up for you guys, and we just saw this warning, another warning issued right here. That was just real time right now. Let's see. Right there. So this does include Bandera, and this is until 9:45. So given the trend, it looks like this rain is going to enter at least northern San Antonio and western San Antonio. We'll have to see how it interacts with, San Antonio itself and see if it enters eastern and southern San Antonio, which again, we'll be tracking. We'll keep a close eye on. But right now, it's not weakening. The hail cores are fluctuating back and forth, right? But this broken line of showers and storms interacting with some of those outflows, the high humidity, the clouds at the surface, the moisture content, all pretty conducive for these showers and thunderstorms maintaining their strength heading into San Antonio. Matter of fact, we now have a new warning until 9:45, and now this does include far northern Bexar County until 9:45. And if this is the trend, then at the very least, northern San Antonio and western San Antonio from like 151 towards I-35 on the northern side of Bexar County, we'll at least see some rain and maybe some thunder and lightning. It's just if it weakens on approach to downtown San Antonio, we'll have to keep a close eye on that. But yeah, so here's radar. If you're looking north, if you step outside right now, you could probably see the lightning in the sky, and that's moving in our direction as we speak. Let's just go back to hail core again. There are several hail cores out there, all concerning all above quarter-size hail, and that's all considered severe parameter-size hail, meaning if you're watching from northern San Antonio, if you're watching from western San Antonio, and it's dry right now, it's just cloudy and a little breezy, and if you don't have your car in the garage, or if your car is not under a carport yet, please try and do that if you can. And if you can't, cover your car with a blanket because some of these storms, yes, are producing lightning, and some of these storms are, more importantly, producing hail, and that is a concern for cars, property, you name it. If you can, bring any loose lawn items inside because these winds are also a little gusty. They'll be gusting winds of maybe 30 to 40 to 50 miles an hour. Up to 60 is possible, but right now from what we're seeing, it's mainly on the range of like 30 to 40 mile an hour gusts from the outflows of these thunderstorms. But as you can see, there are several hail cores that are all moving southeast, south, right? So moving anywhere from Hondo to San Marcos is fair game for not just a little bit of rain, not just thunder and lightning, but also a couple of areas of hail. It's not going to be everywhere because these hail cores are going to fluctuate. They're not going to be widespread in the thunderstorm. They're just going to be in that focused area of the updraft where, you know, these thunderstorms are reaching like 40,000 feet in height, and that's enough to produce up to quarter size, if not maybe near tennis ball size hail. I don't think that's going to be the case, but it has been seen in the hill country earlier today. We saw up to 2 to 2.5 inch diameter size hail around like the 7:30, 8 o'clock hour. These are a lot smaller, you know, relatively speaking. However, they're still hail cores, and they are still producing over quarter size hail, and that's enough to cause damage and, you know, hurt things, hurt people, hurt property, hurt cars, hurt everything, you know. So just be careful out there, yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that. Is it going to hail in San Antonio? I hope not, but it looks like there will be a few hail cores entering San Antonio around the 9:30, 9:45, 10 o'clock hour, so in the next 45 minutes to an hour. So again, just to reiterate, if you can, put your car in the garage, put it under a carport. If you can't do that, if you can, cover it with a blanket and maybe strap it down to your car if possible. Kerrville still has thunder and lightning, yeah. So Kerrville is still seeing some of that action, not just in your southeastern sky for Kerrville, but look out west and southwest. You know, we were talking about an hour ago, we were talking about this cell right here. It had an easterly track, but now it's just moving farther south. So I don't think Kerrville has anything to worry about for the rest of the night. It's really between Bandera, San Antonio, Hondo, New Braunfels, Seguin, northern San Antonio, Helotes, all in line to see a little bit of rain, some thunder and lightning, and maybe even some hail through 10 and 11 o'clock tonight. So we're keeping a close eye on that. For Jordanton from Dakota, if it were to move that far south, Dakota, it'd be around 10:30 to 11. It'd be after San Antonio. If it were to maintain its strength, we'll see if that happens. Hopefully it comes to the west side. I need my blue bonnets to grow. You know, I've seen a few blue bonnets out there already starting to blossom, but it just seems like it's less than usual. And you know why? It's the drought. It's because of the lack of rain. So we do need this rain, not just because of our water supply, not just because of our drought situation. The wildfire threat has been high these last several weeks since March has been so windy, but also because of the blue bonnets. The blue bonnets desperately need the rain, and they desperately need to grow, so I agree. Judson in 1604. Taylor, yeah, so probably, you know, 9:45, 10 o'clock, we'll see it start to enter that area, northwestern San Antonio. Judson, yeah, absolutely, Taylor, I got you. Yeah, so 9:45, 10 o'clock, hopefully you get some good rain around the 10 o'clock hour. Because, again, this is all moving southeast, right? So I'll put a little track on it. So it's kind of moving in this direction, right? So it's all moving southeast. And this is pretty widespread. Before it was a broken line of showers and thunderstorms. Now it's starting to connect. That means a lot of us are going to see rain, especially in northeastern and northern and western San Antonio. We'll see if it weakens as it passes through downtown and Highway 90, because I know a lot of us, right, want rain south of San Antonio. We want it in Pleasanton. We want it in Poteet, in Jordanton, in Pearsall, in Hondo, in Floresville, in Wilson County, in Guadalupe County. So we'll see how it maintains its strength as it passes through downtown San Antonio. So Tiffany, yeah, same thing. I think you'll see a little bit of rain in Divine, hopefully more. But if it were to move into Divine, it'd be probably around the 10:30 hour, around that time. Any hail for sure. So not at the moment, Anthony, not at the moment. But there are hail cores out there. And as you can see, there are the hail cores. So I do need to cut in for programming on KENS 5 because, yeah, you're very welcome, Taylor. I got you. I'm going to keep this radar loop up so you guys can just check in on it over the next couple of hours. But I need to cut in on KENS 5 for the next 20 or 30 minutes because of the rain moving in, because we have severe warnings that are in effect. So I do need to do some cutting. I need to put on my suit and things like that. From Alex Garcia, heavy rain in the Stone Oak area. Not right now, but likely in the next 45 minutes, Alex. Probably about 9:45 or 10 o'clock. Likely so. Likely so. I'm about to hop off and then do a cut-in. Yeah, put it right there on Greg's desk, and yeah.
Your Goblin Energy monster.
Yes, it will help. It will help since we're not going on until 10:50. 10:50 tonight. All right, guys. So hail cores out there. Seems like the cap is open in the atmosphere. Yeah. So I mean, you can see the outflow boundaries have really expanded this broken line to a line of thunderstorms now moving south-southeast. So heads up for San Antonio. Probably some rain around 9:45 to 10:30 around that window. And especially in Bernie. Bernie's seeing some pretty good rain right now. These are several warnings that are in effect. Let me just do a few things before I get off, guys. And again, I'm going to do a couple of cut-ins on KENS 5, on Channel 5. But hey, I mean, regardless, again, hail's not good. Hail's not good. Put your cars in. But this is good news for rain. This is such good news for rain. Lavernia from Amber. Yeah. So if Lavernia on the eastern side of San Antonio sees rain, it'll be probably around 10:30 or so. Any snow with it? Hey, no snow. This is just rain. It's springtime. Although we did see snow back in February, but we're in springtime now. No chance for snow. No chance for snow. All right, so let's just, I'm going to create a loop for everybody so you guys can check back in on this. I'll probably be, I'll be on TV for the next half hour or so, keeping you guys informed. Just because anytime we see severe warnings, that means hail or gusty winds, that can be a problem. And people need to know about that, obviously, which is why I'm, talking to you about this. Diana, I know. Snow, what are you talking about? All right, so we'll zoom in on there. There we go. And then maybe I'll zoom into our northern half of the viewing area, right there, Leon Valley, just because I know this is going to be looping for the next half hour or so. How about southeast side, Brook City base? Yeah, nothing right now, Tony, but I imagine between about 10:15 to 11 o'clock, you could be seeing a little bit of rain moving in your direction. News wants to be on at 10 o'clock. Yeah, so because of March Madness and everything, we're not going on at 10. We're going on later tonight, but I'll still be cutting into KENS 5, talking about the rain and tracking the storms and all that. So there's Hail Tracker. I'll do another hail tracker, but for northern San Antonio, just in case these hail cores maintain their strength. So let's do that. Let's do that, and right about there. Cool. Round Rock coming into San Antonio. Yeah, so if anyone's traveling on I-35 from Round Rock, New Braunfels to San Antonio, there will likely be some pretty good rain, maybe some thunder and lightning on I-35 towards San Antonio. And even down south towards Divine or Lytle, right? Or even down Highway 90. There's going to be rain in our area, in our local viewing area, the San Antonio Metro, the Hill Country, towards Floresville, Lavernia, towards Divine, up into Austin. There will be scattered storms around for the next couple of hours. So that'll impact driving. That'll impact a lot of different things in the area. So be very careful. If you have any friends or family, let them know about it. They might not be seeing rain now, but if they're on the roads, they probably see a little bit of lightning in the distance at the very least. So let me just make sure this is working okay. Because again, guys, I'm about to get off right now. I have to do a couple of cut-ins on KENS 5, Channel 5, on CBS. But this radar will be looping over the next couple hours. So if you ever want to come back to it, if you want to check on the status, on where it's at, I'll be automatically letting it zoom and rotate and loop for the next couple of hours. So any hail in Bandera and 410 area? Not right now. Poteet and Pleasanton, Sylvia, nothing right now, but rain is moving in our direction, and I'll let the radar do its thing right now. Again, guys, I'm going to get on KENS 5 right now. I'll be back on probably in a little bit, but right now, expect rain at the very least, expect some thunder and lightning, and there are hail cores out there, so if you can, bring anything indoors. Park your car in the garage, park it under a carport if possible. If not, maybe get a blanket and cover the windshield just in case. There will be hail cores around, and you'll see that on this graphic as it loops over the next couple of hours. So we'll keep it on this right now, guys. For now, be safe and enjoy the rain, and hopefully it doesn't hail too bad, but there are hail cores out there, as you can see right here. A lot of them are diminishing in strength. That's the good news, but still anywhere from pea-sized hail to quarter-sized hail, maybe a little larger, is definitely possible. But right now, the overall trend is a weakening hail core in these thunderstorms that are still producing some rain and thunder and lightning at this hour.